So comfortable, and no one seems to hold me like you do. You're so wonderful. A star could never shine as bright as you. Shine as bright as you.
Hello, welcome to Boozy Book Club Sprints, where I didn't get any booze yet.
Oh, no? I'm alone?
No, I will have it. I just haven't gotten it yet.
Valid. Fair.
I was like, I really need to drink a water first because
It is earlier for you.
It is. It's only 1:30. And I was also doing yard work all morning. So I was like, oh, I should. I sat down when I got done and I was like, oh, my head hurts. I haven't had any water.
Yeah. That would do it.
So I'm gonna do that, and then I will drink my Hawaiian beer because I feel like it's very on brand for.
Perfect. Yes.
But today we are going to be reading Dragonfruit by Makia Lucier. This is a very glossy, shiny cover.
Oh.
Unfortunately, our special editions did not come in time, which I kind of figured was going to happen.
Yeah, we had a good feeling that would be late.
Yeah, but that's okay. That's okay. It's still gonna be a fun time. Also the audio is on Everand if you have that.
The artist formerly known as Scribd.
The artist formerly known as Scribd. Which is funny because I feel like Scribd Jail still sounds so much better than Everand Jail.
Yeah, that's a rebranding move that I don't know I understand, but
I think it was because they got bought out.
Okay. I would just rebrand as Scribd if I was ever in.
So Scribd is now the part, like if you wanted to get like documents or like you can get like sheet music and like stuff like that. That's all still Scribd. And then Everand is the
book part
and ebooks, which it just doesn't make any sense for me because you don't get books forever and they take them away.
And also it sounds bad. Everand.
It really does. And the logo is terrible.
Everand sounds like a 19-year-old from Mississauga named their kid that to be clever.
I was gonna say it sounds kind of like a very early Taylor Swift lyric.
Also that. It's the same vibe.
Like it sounds like a song that was on Red.
Yeah. It does. Yep.
Maybe speak now.
I'm getting the big poofy cupcake dress. Yeah.
Anyways, but the logo for it is terrible. It's like safety yellow, and it does not match because like I have all of like on the iPhone, you can put all of your audiobook things in like a folder, and most of them have like similar like bluish green type hues, and then
not this,
and then Everand is safety yellow.
I remember too because I have all my bookish apps in a folder. Yeah. And I remember one day I like opened it and I was like, I don't remember agreeing to have this app on my phone. Like, what is this? Like, I just didn't because I didn't hear about the rebranding because I was off in 911 land. And I just like didn't know what it was. And then I deleted it and it took me 3 weeks to learn that it was Scribd. Like it didn't go well.
I love this journey for you.
Yeah.
But, if you wanted to reapply and get a new 30-day free trial, you could have an audiobook.
That's true. Yeah.
No, the audiobook is only 8 hours long, so theoretically we could finish this book today.
We could. Yeah, we read faster than that.
We do. But anyways, I'm excited about it. I really liked Year of Rebirth. I know this is going to be a really different vibe.
Well, I also liked Isle of Blood and Song, which is another more oceany one. So,
I never read that.
Basically everything I've enjoyed of hers so far. So
I mean, her writing is like just phenomenal, and her character work is so great. So
fantasy mysteries are a vibe.
They really are. They really are. Yeah. And I need a win. Also, I don't know, you haven't seen the full cover of it, but there's a really cute bat, little baby bat on the back.
Oh, that is very cute.
Isn't it cute? It's like there's
I like that. They're like little sky puppies.
Right?
Yeah. I like
Do them. I like them in real life? Absolutely not. They are weird and terrifying.
I've never had like a bat infestation problem, so I think we're still on good terms. Do you know what I mean? Like they've never
they just move
bothered me.
very like jerkily, and it doesn't feel like they should. Like when they're flying, your brain thinks bird, and they don't fly quite like a bird, and so then
I hate birds.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
I held several of their corpses today.
I love this for you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Cassie did too.
I'm sure she did. I'm sure she did. Are you still going out with Porto, or is it just Cassie?
Oh yeah, Porto too.
Yeah.
Just not really good day today.
Not Briar.
No, Briar, and you know what? Briar doesn't want to come. Like in the morning, you know, she eats her breakfast with them, and then she goes back to bed, and we get them ready to go, and she does not come downstairs.
That's so funny that she's just like, I know, like this is not for me.
Yeah.
I will go to the store later with you.
I hate this. I suck at it. You hate it when I suck at it. So let's just call it quits and let the athletic dogs be athletes.
I will take a nap. That gives very much Doyle energy. Because Doyle still wants to go everywhere with me.
Well, Doyle and Briar are besties.
They really are. They're very much the same dog in a different dog's body.
Yeah, Briar can't quite make herself 150 pounds to be stubborn,
but like
she would.
6 o'clock in the morning when we start doing our morning routine, Schmidt and Shotzi and then Sherlock and Watson will all go outside and they'll like go play, and Doyle will take his toy to the front door and then turn around and go back to bed.
See, and Briar's just like this. She's like, okay, well, I ate my kibble. That's all I need.
Too early for this.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Cassie and Porto are like at the front door spinning in circles. Like, what fucking are retrieving?
Yep. Hello.
Hey, Julie.
On a Libby queue. That's a bummer. But if you have Everand, it is available there. But I have actually heard zero things about
zero too, but I'm not in the book.
No one is talking about this book, but I am very excited about it. Finishing an audiobook this weekend, Reckless Girls by Rachel Hawkins. Nice. I have not read a Rachel Hawkins book before, but I've heard good things. I'm reading The Women for my in-person book club that meets tomorrow. Love that you're saving it for the last minute.
Classic.
Right? I mean, I do too. It's fine. Yes, the yellow is so bad.
It's not a nice shade of yellow at all.
Anything. No. I just put it on the second row and it worked fine.
And there are quite nice shades of yellow out there. This is just not one of them.
Yeah. It's safety yellow.
Yeah.
It looks like a safety vest. So, anyways. That's that. All right. Well, shall we get started? Because we're going to try to read as much as we can. Yes, I know. This is so exciting.
I'm like so hopeful about it. I feel like,
and I feel like Elliot Page is like the perfect producer for it.
Who too, like, the gag reading the book. Can you imagine the gag seeing that in theaters?
Iconic.
Like, you'll already know, but
yeah. I wonder if it would be an in-theater movie or if this would be something like, because I could see it like streaming on Amazon Prime or something.
Yeah. Either way, I'm just imagining the day that I sit down and make like Emma and Alex watch it with me and just don't say a fucking word. And just don't, I'm just not going to explain the plot at all. Be like, just watch this. And then the moment that like you realize.
I'm rereading this book this month and I'm very excited about it.
Oh, when does the next one come out? August? October. I'll reread the first one before then.
I'm rereading it because I am doing a vlog where I reread 5 books that will be my host favorites for Amazing Readathon.
I love that that's on there.
Yes.
Perfect.
It's gonna check a lot of boxes. Yes, I'm very excited about it. It's like I really hope it like actually becomes something, because I know that there's a lot of times that like you get like announced that like you've got the rights to it and then it never actually comes to fruition.
Yeah, that's true. I jumped the gun and just imagined like everything.
Yeah. But like selling the rights to it is like such an early step.
Yeah. Oh, well, and having somebody like big like that attached to it, like a production company attached to it,
That's
so,
true.
that's
Normally
good.
they don't announce, like if it's somebody that big, like they're not going to announce unless it is like they're actually like really excited about it. And I think just from a like a personal standpoint, I feel like Elliot Page that's like something that Elliot would be passionate about.
Yeah, exactly. And like I mean, I haven't heard of Pageboy production companies too much, but it doesn't sound like that company has a lot in the
Yeah,
like,
I actually didn't
company,
know
right?
that even was a production company, but like
So
it makes sense.
it's not like it would be like amongst 50 different projects right now. Like it's yeah. But what do we know about Hollywood? Little.
Zero things.
Yeah.
Except that apparently Pirates of the Caribbean was partially filmed in Utah.
Which parts?
I think it was the part where the ship gets stranded on the like the beach and they're running through the sand. I think was done at the Salt Flats.
Where we were.
A different part.
Okay, but the same lake.
Same place. Yeah, but the like if you go out, like if you're driving towards Nevada,
Okay.
There's like a gorgeous salt flat that has like these like salt mountains that apparently a lot of movies have been shot out there.
Wow. I'm personally a fan of the Great Salt Lake for anybody watching that doesn't know. But my dog, she was really mad.
Very much not a fan of it.
Not a fan. She jumped headfirst in, was like, water! Had never met salt water before and was not a fan. Yeah. It was a really good day.
It was a very funny day.
I had so much fun that day.
I don't know that we actually got that moment on video.
I so wish. She was so I have a photo of her just
yeah.
God,
Doyle's just like, whatever.
Doyle's like, this is happy day.
But you take Doyle to a pool, he's like, absolutely not. Will not be jumping in.
I don't know if Briar's ever swam in a pool. I know Porto has.
None of my dogs like pools.
Interesting. Porto likes it. Porto quite likes the pool.
Shotzi's like okay with it, like if you kind of, but like Schmidt, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
You're a water dog, buddy, but yeah, okay.
What a waste of webbed feet.
Truly, Shotzi's over here like, I'm supposed to be on a mountain, but sure, I'll go inside. And okay.
Yes. Hello. After 4 weeks with no computer, I have a refurbished one. Exciting. New technology is always fun.
Ooh.
Yes. All right. Well, let's just go ahead and start. Where was I? I need to figure out what I'm doing with my life. It's fine. 45 minutes sound okay for you?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Cool. All right. Well, then I will see you in 45 minutes. Hello, welcome back.
Hey, how'd it go?
I only read for like half of the time because Derek's stepdad was here because we got a new lawnmower and it wasn't working this morning. So he had to come over and like help
Dad skills. Yeah.
Do dad things.
Yeah, no, I get it. Once you become a dad, you just have skills that non-dads don't have.
I don't understand. Yeah.
Apparently they're there.
It was a very stupid thing. Apparently when they deliver it, they take the ignition like plug out so that it can't turn on, and then they didn't put it back when they delivered it.
Which you wouldn't need it to be able to work, would you?
Yeah, the key doesn't turn, like the key doesn't connect to the battery.
Yeah, that's not important.
It's not important.
Oh.
We were like, and the dumb thing is like that was not part of like we were reading through the owner's manual this morning. We were looking at the troubleshooting. We were even like looking up YouTube videos. Nobody said anything about it.
That's so annoying.
I was like, like I go out there and like he had just fixed it and he goes, so it was something dumb.
He figured it out though, because like, geez,
great. So at least it wasn't like, you know, we paid $2,000 for a lawnmower that like didn't work.
Ornament, yeah, like it looks pretty.
Because that would have been annoying.
Yeah.
Anyways, so I only read 32 pages. I'm on chapter 3.
I just finished chapter 3.
Okay, cool. The writing is beautiful.
That's why I think I'm not going too fast. I'm like really enjoying every sentence.
Yeah. It's very like it's setting up this like very beautiful like world.
Yes, and that's why I kind of like don't want to rush it because I'm like, okay, I want to understand the different cultures and the like the island and the kingdom and the lore here because it's not like she's doing a good job of dropping you into it without info dumping, but also not confusing you.
Yeah, and I think it's partially because like the character doesn't necessarily know what's going on, so like you're finding out along with her.
Yeah, but like she's like an outsider, but not.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. And also sea dragons, and also a character that has this like horrendous guilt complex about something that isn't even their fault. Hello? That's my favorite kind of character. It's almost like it's a buzzword for you.
It really is. Wow, I love people with just a smidgen of self-loathing. That's great.
It is we don't need to discuss that.
Nothing to unpack.
Nothing. This is all just because it's reading is fun.
Reading is so fun.
But anyways, having a good time with it so far. So
yeah,
I will like settle in more this time and read the whole time. But
yeah, it says I'm at 10%.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Yeah. Did you get booze?
No, I need to go get a beer. I have the Hawaiian beer, which I feel like is perfect for this.
Yes, I finished a seltzer during that, so
yes,
it was like it was blue raspberry lemonade, so it also felt like it felt right.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's fair. It's a very blue book.
Mm-hmm.
It's especially if the naked cover. It's like the same color as your can.
Yeah, exactly. Look at that.
Look at that. We're actually, we know what we're doing. It's fine.
Exactly.
Hello, Bri. Hello, Becca. Gonna read with y'all today, but I got put to work at an event. How rude. Don't they know you have things to do?
Wow.
How rude. If y'all are still sprinting when I get home, I'll come back. Nice. Also, you're probably going to hear the lawnmower in the background because that now works. And it's so funny because we were literally the last people on our street to mow our lawns. Even like the person that never mows her lawn did it yesterday.
You were those people.
We were those people.
We've been those people before.
Yeah. Well, and then because the temple opened this week, and so now there's like a ton of traffic on our street because like our street is like the street from the freeway to the temple.
Yeah, it's like kind of like a main road.
Yeah. So I was like, we're gonna have so much traffic. There's like not construction, but like traffic signs being like, don't park here, park down here. And I was like, how many people are we going to get?
You could start indoctrinating back.
I should have built a very bright rainbow little free library.
Yes.
In my yard so that people could. I should put my pride flag out. Is what I should.
Yeah,
do.
You should. You totally should. Oh, you want to go to the temple? You're gonna have to pass some gays.
Well, that was funny because like last night I was like, well, maybe we should do like we would have like figured all of our lawnmower problems out last night, but like we were like, oh, maybe we should do it, and Derek's like, why? So the Mormons won't judge us? They already do. I was like, it's fair. It's fair.
There's a number of reasons why, yeah. So, might as well just let the lawn be one of them.
Right. Yeah, be the first the problem.
Add it to a list of less offensive offenses.
It's true. Dragonfruit has been on my radar, waiting to see what people think. I know, like, nobody has talked about this book. And I know it only came out a couple weeks ago, but like...
But wasn't Year of the Reaper kind of like that too? Like, I forget
how... It did have a really slow start.
It did, right? And I remember I was early on that train when I read it, and then I made everybody else read it, and nobody had been talking about it.
Yeah.
And then I stopped reading.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. We all go through those phases.
Yeah.
You gotta do what makes your brain happy.
It's true. You gotta follow the little dopamine tickle.
Yeah. I've acquired a drink in the middle of chapter 4 of Dragonfruit. Nice.
You're right around the same place as me.
What?
Right around the same place as me then.
Yeah. I'll catch back up.
It's all good. I mean, I think it's going to be a slower read just because we're going to want to appreciate everything.
I agree. Yeah. Yeah, I have it slowed down a little bit more than I normally do. Because I like the narrator has like a bit of an accent. Not something that's like too like you can't understand it, but not like just your standard what's it called? Like a news accent.
Yeah.
Whatever they call that.
Like fake American accent.
Yeah.
Like Hollywood American.
I feel like it's actually called there used to be like a term for it, but it was like basically the accent that you would have if you were in journalism.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Because it's like a standard non-accent and everyone can relate to you no matter like where in the country you are.
They kind of did that with Fallout. Like, I don't know if you're going to watch the new Fallout show. I highly recommend it to anyone who...
First episode.
But okay, so it's kind of like that, right? They made everybody in the vault have that like stripped down classic American accent.
Yeah.
Like that. And then everybody above had like an actual regional accent.
Yeah. Well, I remember that because like I had a lot of people in my degree that like were going on to study journalism. It was like a subset of it. And they had like a dialect class that they had to take.
Whoa.
Like, because if you were going to do like national news, obviously this was like 10 years ago. So like take that with a grain of salt. But like if you were going to do national news, they wanted you to have like this standard accent because other people like...
It does kind of make sense.
Right. No matter like if you live in California or New York or in the South, then like you would still relate to that person who is giving you news.
That makes sense.
So... And it could have been very much because I was going to school in Oklahoma and they just wanted people to get rid of their Oklahoma accent.
They're like, we're going to make... No, every state has to do this. It's not just you, babes. No, like it's everyone.
Like, actually, if any of y'all want a job outside of college, outside of this like southern region, you're going to need to take this class.
That's funny. Oliver Stark did this like hour-long podcast this week talking about like one of the things.
I truly did not know he was British.
Well, exactly, because he's so good at his accent. And he was saying on the podcast that he would, when he like moved to Hollywood, he would go into like coffee shops and pretend to be American to see if people caught him, and then he would know he was doing a good job if nobody caught him.
That's so funny.
Right? Like that's actually kind of brilliant.
I mean, like, there are so many people that, like, you would not know were British.
But then there's so many that you can tell.
Right, but, like Benedict Cumberbatch, very British.
Yeah, and you can hear it when he has an American accent, too. Like, it doesn't sound quite right.
Right? Hugh Laurie, is that?
Yeah, he's good. He's very good at it.
Like, I did not know he was British for years.
Yeah, he like the voice he did for House was like so iconic that you just think that's real.
Yeah. And that's like, I think the first place that I had seen him.
Yeah. And Buck's kind of like that too. Buck has such a distinct like voice that you feel like that's his actual voice.
It's so gruff, and it's really hard to do gruff when it's not your natural accent.
Yeah, and then you hear him actually talk, and you're like, "Oh, you're not Buck at all."
Right?
Even a little bit.
Even a little bit.
Holy shit! Yeah.
I feel like that's like just like this added level of like skill that people have, because like you have to keep up that accent, and it's like obviously like when you're doing an accent for a film, there's you go in and out of it when you're like, okay, we're rolling, okay, we're not, and then you can like stop talking like that. And so then it's like the next day you're filming this other scene and you have to like go back into that exact accent.
Yeah, that's a skill.
Right?
That's a skill, you know, like where the rest of them just kind of sound like themselves.
Yeah. Like you and I don't have to think about that.
No, no, there's it's crazy.
It's like just, it would be so hard because like you're trying to remember your lines, you're trying to remember which camera to look at / which angle, you know, whatever, and then it's like, and also speak like an American.
Yeah, but like an American, but like the fake American, like like that, right? Like he couldn't. They made him from Pennsylvania, so that's kind of like non, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like you couldn't just like go study like a specific region. It had to be like that non-American American.
Right. Which actually probably would be easier.
That's true. Yeah, but I guess
you live in Texas and you're like, oh, now you also have to like say y'all, and
but then you could study like real people at least.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's a benefit of being, maybe it's just a neurodivergent thing, and like he's like just super ADHD and autistic, and he's
maybe, I don't know.
You can just like pick up somebody else talking, having a conversation with him, and
it sounds like he's worked pretty hard on it though. So
but I wonder if like in like if there was that journalism class, like if in the UK actors have a like an American dialect class.
I wonder, like Robert Pattinson, like he sounded like he slipped up a few times in that movie, in the Batman, and it's like it's such a good movie and he does such a good job that I don't even care. But there was a few times where I was like, what did you say? What?
Hello, Brittany. All right. Well, should we do another sprint?
I think we should, because I want to get back. I'm liking it.
I know.
I'm like, ooh.
All right. I'll remember to turn the sound off this time. I always forget that it defaults to having this like sound as it's playing, as the timer is going.
I was reading and had Real Housewives on in the background, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Sound like so Real
like
Housewives?
because this is a new time, like a new-ish timer for me, and I always forget that like it defaults to this like ambiance sound. Mm-hmm. It's like this focus, the whatever. And normally Brittany is on screen to remind me, hey, turn the sound off.
We love you, Brittany.
She has done that a couple of times.
I'm not that good of a sprinting partner. I'm just gonna be like, huh, that's interesting. Back to Real Housewives.
So if I scared any of y'all, I do apologize. But it's off now. So I will see you in 45 minutes. Hello, welcome back.
Hey.
I'm in the middle of chapter 7.
Same. So you did catch up.
I think it's page 82.
I don't know what page I'm on, but I'm at exactly 20%.
Okay, cool. So we're reading both. So maybe this is not going to be a finish in one day if we're only reading 10% a sprint.
I don't think so, but I think it's like for sure I'm going to want to be reading it tomorrow too, because I'm like really enjoying myself.
Yes. Also, I did get my Hawaiian beer.
Nice.
And it's delicious.
Good.
Also food, because I haven't had that today.
That's so important. I often forget also.
This new medication plus starting Adderall, like both of these medications are suppressing my appetite, and I literally just forget to eat.
That's kind of epic. As long as you're not passing out.
Yeah, see, that's the problem.
Yeah, I've done that before. Because I get that not from medication, but from like focus, like just autism levels of focus sometimes, where I'll be like, oh, I was paying attention to this for 5 hours and didn't eat, and then I went to the gym and passed out.
For me, it's not focus thing yet. It's just a like, I'm not hungry, so I'm not like, I don't like, normally I can just like listen to my body and be like, okay, I'm gonna go make some food. And then also, nothing sounds good.
Oh, that's not great.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of is, because like it's completely turned off like cravings.
So like good and bad though, because then sometimes you do want to be like, oh, I would love this for dinner, because it gets you to
that's
like,
a problem.
do it. Yeah.
Because there was like one day I forgot lunch at work, and I knew I needed to go get some, and so I literally I drove around their little like area around my office, because there's a lot of restaurants and fast food places, and I was like, that doesn't sound good, that doesn't sound good. I was like, I'm gonna have to just pick something. At some point I just need fuel.
Do things still taste good, at least like you're still enjoying it once you actually eat it?
Yeah, it's like the taste doesn't change. It's just that like what they say is like it turns down food noise.
That makes sense. Like your body's just
like, you know how sometimes like when you're like really excited about like a certain food that you're going to cook tonight or whatever, like I don't have that anymore.
Yeah, that's fair. And I mean, kind of epic also, because like just
it just takes the decision. Like I have to make a decision, which sucks.
Yeah.
But anyways, I am liking this book. We did get a couple of info dumps that I'm like, there could have been worse ways to do it, but it wasn't my favorite.
Are you thinking about like the conversation, like the flashback conversation where it was just like, this person is the god of this and this person is the god of this?
Not so much that to an extent, but then also like the conversation about like the tattoos. I was like, this isn't a conversation our character would have had.
Yeah, you're right.
If you're thinking about like natural conversation, like, and that I don't like info dumps that are done in dialogue.
If they don't, like if
it's a mentor teaching somebody something that like they wouldn't know, but if like it's our POV character telling somebody, like, I'm like, that's just not a natural thing that we would be talking about.
Somebody of the same culture and like understanding and stuff. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I get that it's like, it's really hard to explain a culture like you know, like a magic system, a culture, these dragons in, what is it? 200
living tattoos, fucking cool as hell.
Yeah, right? In 300 pages. 340 pages or whatever. So I get that. It's just like it's just glaringly obvious every time it happens.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's my only complaint so far. But other than that, like I'm still very much enjoying it. And I like the writing style in terms of prose and like how this is gonna sound really, really neurodivergent. But the writing style feels like the ocean.
I love that you're saying that. I love that you're saying that. That's such a fun thing to say. No, I like that you're saying that because I sometimes try to make my writing feel like cold or green or whatever. So the fact that you're saying that, I'm like, yeah, I love that.
Someone else gets it.
Yeah. I haven't picked up on that, but I love that you're picking up on that.
Yeah. Okay. Now that you have heard it, now you're gonna be like, oh yeah, no, I get it.
Attention for it. Yes. Yeah.
It feels like that natural.
We interrupt your regularly scheduled programming for Bork.
For Watson. It just like it has this like natural ebb and flow like waves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I always love the way she writes prose, and I think I'm gonna pay attention to that more to see if I can like pick up on that. But I do feel like she has a very like, I don't know if I want to say lyrical, but she just like uses rhythm well.
Yeah, but it's not like, I know sometimes when you say like lyrical writing, it sounds purple prosy, and I don't think this is purple prosy.
Yeah, this is like the structure.
Yeah, it just has a rhythm.
Get it. Yeah. It's definitely not overly fanciful at all.
Right, like it's explaining it in a little bit more of a, I guess, lyrical way. Like it's not cut and dry. It's not Brandon Sanderson type of like, this is what the character is seeing. Like it's not that.
It's also not like, and you and I can't handle.
It's like, not Strange the Dreamer purple prose.
Yes, no, it's a very good balance.
Yes, exactly.
Ooh, Julie's
yes, the tattoos are very. Do it.
The tension has been rising and falling in the wave. That's a perfect way of saying it too. The plot does also feel.
It kind of does.
Rolling like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because we have these like quieter moments, and then it's like, oh shit, something just happened. Because I was about to come back before, like one more chapter before. I was like, okay, I need something to happen. Like we've set it up, and then something happened, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm back in now.
Well, and one of the things that happened rolls over so quickly, and I'm like, that's gonna come back later.
Oh, 100%.
Insane. That was fucking insane what just happened.
Yeah, 100, because it was like, oh, and we're moving on to a different POV. Okay, cool.
Like, oh, we're done with that?
Oh. We're gonna put a pin in that.
Holy shit.
Well, and I think that's such an interesting way of like why she just like she can write this like fantastical, but it's still also like not a thriller, but a mystery for sure.
Yeah, she does a really good job with stakes and tension.
Yeah, agreed.
I'm really excited too for these two POV characters to reunite. Like it's gonna hurt, it's gonna be painful. I'm gonna eat every moment of it up.
Exactly. Yes.
Love it.
Yes. Although I'm not entirely sure I love that we just set up like a YA romance. And I was like, oh. I mean, I knew this was YA and I knew it was a romance, but
she always does that. But so in Year of the Reaper, they meet already. They meet on page. So we're seeing them meet for the first time. In Isle of Blood and Stone, they're old friends. And it's just like they finally like crossed that bridge. So in this one, it's like, oh, they have shared trauma and they've been apart for a decade. Ooh.
Yeah. But we do love the shared trauma. But I think the reason why in Year of the Reaper, like even though it was kind of a romance, like I love her in that book. She's so stabby and sarcastic.
Fucking fantastic.
Like I've come to the conclusion that the stabby female main characters are like my vibe.
Right. You know me. I love the men who hate themselves a little bit. That's
yes.
That's my brand.
And I'm like, I like some more stabbies.
No, yeah, she's
and I feel
awesome.
like at this point, and I know that she's probably like she's going to have some development, but at this point, she's a little too meek for me.
She's bookwormy and like tree huggy.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's like, oh my gosh, no, not the dragon that it's going to kill me. I should kiss it. I don't know. I was sitting there because I'm like, oh, I don't love like the pirates and like their system because like it seems like exploitative of labor and kind of violent and colonial. But I also don't know that I would like weep over the corpse of a slain dragon if the alternative was it like ate a person. I don't
Right.
like I'm not that much of an animal lover. I'm not.
Not to the point where it could actually like harm society.
Yeah. These aren't like I disagree with like going around murdering them for like money.
Or yeah.
Yeah, like that sucks. Like an ivory trade comparison, the way they're kind of doing it, like that's bad. But like if it was like if they are like gonna like if this dragon could eat a whole whale and like it's near me, I'm gonna shoot it. Hey Derek.
Oh hey.
I don't know.
You good, bud?
Yeah. Finally.
Okay, I told you your ignition story.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Yeah, that I'm really glad it's not just a really pretty ornament.
It's a big paperweight.
Yeah.
I was
for all the paper in your backyard.
Yeah.
But we're good now.
I'm good.
I
I'm
got
glad.
half the yard done. I'm going to get the other half tomorrow. I'm going to go get more beer because someone stole all mine.
I have one.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Anyway,
Ooh.
just 12 pack of that. Dinner.
We interrupt your regularly scheduled programming for marital squabbles about beer.
He's like, "What do you want for dinner?" And I was like, "I don't know."
No marital squabbles. We don't squabble.
We really don't.
I know.
The only time she yells at me is when I tickle her, which is just weird.
Honestly, valid. That's valid. I'm with Brianna on this one.
See, told you.
But
Yeah.
it's my love language.
That's tough. That's tough. You'll have to find like some kind of translation method.
See, I told you.
Yeah.
Well, she won't let me suck her toes.
Gross. Can you go now?
Would I rather be tickled or have my toes sucked?
Right? Those are your options.
Oh.
Now we're squabbling.
I might have to go with the toes. I get.
Anyways, the book.
Oh yeah, the thing we're here for. Right.
Yeah, the thing we're here for. So I'm hoping to read, but have a lot of things that need to get done. Isn't that always how it is on the weekends, where you're just like, I had so many plans.
The ambitions were lofty.
Right. I was like, oh, I had plans like do things like this morning and stuff, and then the flower beds that I was supposed to clean out, I was like, oh, that'll take me like an hour. It took me like 3. I was like, well, that sucks. So yeah. Anyways, I lost my train of thought.
Well,
Pirates. Dragons. That's where we are. Hold on. I cannot get any peace today.
I think you're reading Kay's comment.
Yes. No, what I was talking about when I was thinking about the dragons, because something that you said about like being an animal lover, for some reason during fantasy books, unless it's something where it's like a dragon and their rider, I never think of a dragon as a animal.
But I think of it as like a lizard.
Right. Well, it's like, yeah, but it's something that's like, it's because generally dragons are used to like
terrorize the masses,
attack, like something like that. And so when I'm like, oh yeah, they're killing the dragons, I was like, that's just because they're going to attack the town if they don't.
So I guess that's where I'm at, where maybe I need to find out, because like so far they're fighting the pirate people, which like valid if they're if, they can kill all the pirates they want because the pirates are coming for them as like a resource. So that to me makes sense. But I'm not feeling like oh, this is like a sacred population of mountain gorillas that is just minding their own business, doing nothing wrong. I'm not there yet. I'm not at the like peace and love for the dragons yet. I'm just like, okay, well.
But I do actually think that that's probably where it'll go in terms.
I do think so too. But I need to see that more, I think.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't. Otherwise, it's hard for me to connect to her. Like, love of the dragons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hopefully we'll get there. I feel like we will.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that's like the author's intent.
Mm-hmm. I think so. Yeah. Because like,
yeah,
it really said shut the fuck up, Cal.
Really.
Okay. All right.
You have been talking for too long. I paused through. This new timer will like it just like goes on like a rotating like 45 minutes and 15 minutes
Right.
and then 45. So it's it apparently we are ready to read again.
Oh well, I mean, yeah, if we are, we are.
But you can finish your thought. I paused it.
I guess that what I'm saying is like I can right now connect to her like backstory and her guilt and like her trauma there, but I'm not so connecting to her love of dragons until we like get that explanation. Because right now they're just water snakes.
Right. They've like tried to make it like, oh, it's a cultural thing, but I just like I'm not there yet.
Yeah, I'm like these are basically alligators. And I'm okay if they kill people, but I'm also not like attached. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. All right. Well, then let's do some more sprints. All right. I'll see you in 45. Hello, welcome back.
Hey.
I am in the middle of chapter 11.
Same.
I am still very confused by these moving tattoos and their importance.
I think it's like, well, I think it's like an adaptation of like Pacific Islander culture. Like, think of Moana and the moving tattoos telling a story on there and stuff. Like, I think it's an adaptation.
Yeah, no, like that part, but like I'm just like, because like she, like every time they meet a new character, it's like this person has a fish tattoo crawling up their face, and then it's like, okay, like that's, I know it's important, but why?
But it's gonna come into the plot at some point.
Right. So that's just what I'm like waiting for.
Yeah,
So
that's interesting.
What are your thoughts so far?
I am liking it. The reunion hit hard. It was good. There's like a scene in this chapter that feels like distinctly fan fiction-y.
Really?
And like not in a good way. And I don't know if I'm like hypersensitive to the trope, maybe, but like I don't know where you're at, but like
I'm like almost done with chapter 11.
Okay, so you're ahead of me then probably. Where like his aunt and uncle want to like they like kicked her out.
Okay, yeah.
And he's like, "Well, you're on the streets now." And I don't know, I feel like it's like very like fan fiction. Like you said one bad thing about the person that I care about, like dead to me. Like I will defend them at all costs. And I think it seems
See,
like
I didn't see, I mean, like I don't read a lot of fan fiction, so I didn't pick up on that. I was like, oh, this is classic YA.
Yeah, that kind of
this
thing,
is
like,
how we're kicking out the parents.
I was like, okay, well, there's no nuance here. So this is probably the first, and I'm in the middle of it right now. I'm like, this might be like the first scene I'm not enjoying, but that's about it.
I don't necessarily enjoy his POV as much as hers.
I find him interesting in that like he could be very hateful and he's not.
Yeah.
But I'm waiting to find a flaw.
Maybe, yeah, that's it.
Or like hers are obviously there, but like, what's up with this guy?
Right.
You know? Like, what's up with Sam?
Are we just being, is it a little bit too, or like not nuanced enough in that like this is obviously the love interest?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think that's clear. Like I don't think it's gonna, but
right. But I just I don't know, and
yeah,
maybe it's because I've been reading so much fantasy romance where like yes, it's obvious like that this is the love interest, but also like there is still some like gray area to their personality.
Yeah, I think so too. And like even just the like, oh, there's like 20 girls we brought here, and he's like, I don't know, man, like I don't love any of them. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna then headcanon you as demisexual because otherwise I don't know if you make sense for a 19-year-old boy.
Right.
I mean, like, oh, there's 20 like hot girls that you could like meet and have interest in, but you're thinking about someone that you haven't seen in 10 years. Like, okay, I don't know. I'm just like, you bet I'm gonna demisexual or nothing right now. But
yeah, like when the first time when they were like, oh, oh, you need to marry this person, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I just want something like more. I was like, is he going to be gay? No, this isn't a queer romance.
Right. Yeah, it's giving Eddie Diaz a little bit.
Right.
Like,
it's giving like the beginning of any YA queer coming of age story.
Yeah, no, just dating women feels like a performance. I don't know. Yeah, but he's like immediately back on with Hannah, and I'm like, okay, like Hannah, probably Hannah. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. I agree with this. They're working out too easily. We're moving through the plot points very quickly. I agree with this. I'm hoping that there's more stakes that will come up.
I think so, right? Because we're only a third in, and like I think compared to Year of the Reaper, like Year of the Reaper did not feel like that at all.
That's what I was trying to remember. And I was like,
Yeah.
it's been a couple of years since I've read it. And so like obviously reading comprehension is like I closed the book and I don't know what I read. That's
Okay, got it.
I am the type of person that can give a book 5 stars because I loved I enjoyed being in that story. But then the minute that someone goes, "Hi, why should I read this book?" You're like,
Nice.
trauma.
It was good stuff. I think there was a kiss somewhere.
I don't know why people subscribe to me. It's fine.
Yeah, you're really outing yourself right now.
That's why I immediately do Goodreads reviews, so that way when I go to film my wrap up, I'm like, oh yeah.
Oh, that's why you read so many books though.
This is also true.
Like, I think if you read like 20 books a year, you'd probably be able to speak to what happened in each of them a lot more effectively. But you read so many that
theoretically, but also like object permanence.
That's true. I am dealing with ADHD here, not autism. Right. There's a difference.
There is the difference between us.
Yeah. Meanwhile, someone's like, has this person ever said this? And I was like, is in this episode of 911 in this scene, and this is what happened.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like,
I don't know.
Meanwhile, even though I have watched that entire show, I think twice, which is not as many as you, but like I have watched the entire show.
A decent amount, yeah.
I was watching this like episode, or not the episode, but like it was just like a clip on Twitter, and I think it was like when Eddie got shot, and I was like,
"Oh, you just spoiled that so big for Julie." Oops.
So sorry. It's from like season 3.
It's from season 4, episode 13. But yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was like, I was like thinking that was something that was like new.
What?
Like I had to look at the comments and be like, oh, this happened.
You don't mean one of the gayest moments in 911 history, right? Where he's just like,
right, and like I was like, oh, this is
wow.
So that's the thing. That's me. I'm like, things happened. Do I remember what? Absolutely not.
Oh man. Okay, Julie actually just tuned out for some Twitter drama. Okay, so you never heard it.
Perfect. It
never happened. We didn't say shit. Julie, this is why you need to message me about what happens in episode 4. Because like last I heard you were on episode 3. So like keep it rolling, girl.
There you go. Also Julie is at the same point that we are. I love that we are getting we're like all like right at the exact same spot.
That never happens. I love that.
It really doesn't. I just got home from getting my nails done for a Polycon. Nice. I get to see Rye on Wednesday.
Aw, that makes me happy for you both.
I'm so excited. It's gonna be so much fun. Maybe wrong, but I feel like older YA could be more complex than modern day ones. I wholeheartedly disagree with this.
What do we mean by older?
Like if you're talking like early 2000s, like Hunger Games?
Like Nor.
No. No.
I just think of like 2008 to like 2015 as like one thing would be unique, and then 50 things would just try to do the exact same thing.
Yes, because like you have the Hunger Games, which was complex,
which was good, yeah.
But then you have Divergent, which is just the same thing.
There's so many just like copy paste.
The Darkest Minds, like everything was all done. Like it was like one thing hits, and so then, and I feel like the stories now, there's so much complexity within one book. At least the ones that are done well.
If you go back a bit further than that, though, then like there were some, I think, like pretty interesting stuff. Like, I don't know. I can remember teachers recommending me like stuff that would have been like YA from like the 90s and shit. That was like pretty weird and cool.
Yeah. But I just feel like I think that it's probably because there's a split in YA between younger YA and older YA. Of like almost teetering on middle grade and then almost teetering on adult. If that makes sense. And when you think of the like older age level YA, within one book, there's so many complex conversations that can be having, from like politics to capitalism, social aspects and commentary and racism and Like, and I don't think that like 95% of YA pre 2016 ever like dealt with that many things.
Yeah, and to be fair, like a lot of novels at a lot of age groups didn't either. Like, not that there isn't ones that did, but like it was a lot harder to do that and sell.
Yeah. Because if you think of like, I guess it depends on what your definition of older YA is. But if you're thinking Twilight, that's not complex.
No, no.
Like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, not really complex. The books. The show maybe a little bit more.
They're comic books. What books?
Or I thought there were. No, I'm thinking of.
You're thinking of the Vampire Diaries.
I'm thinking of Vampire Diaries.
Yeah, no, I was like, Buffy isn't a novel adaptation, is it? Like, you were about to rock my entire world right there.
No. Vampire Diaries, Buffy, it's all the same.
Okay, well, one of them doesn't have Spike, and I need you to remember that.
Well, I was raised fundy, so I never read any of them or watched any of them. So
you might like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It's actually really fun.
I feel like I probably would.
It's a good one for the gays. It genuinely just is. It just is.
That's great. It's great. Hello, Vanessa. Starting Dragonfruit next. I hope you're enjoying it. Julie's 911.
Episode 3.
Had to
All she's getting is rebar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think that YA books were that complex back then. In my opinion. But now I'm also trying to think of like what was published in 2016. And I kind of want to look. Like, what were the Goodreads Choice Awards winners in 2016 for YA? This, however, Ro, I think is absolutely spot on because I also struggle with this because I feel like there's a big age, like we see a bigger age gap.
Mm-hmm.
Not like when you are twice the age of a character that like we didn't necessarily see in our even 20s.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not even in my 30s, but I realized that next year will be a decade since I graduated high school. So it's like, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so in 2016, Akamath was the winner of the Goodreads Choice Awards for YA.
So nuanced and complex.
We did get Crooked Kingdom, which like is a little.
Speaking of that scene that I'm not going to actually talk about, but that scene in 911 that you spoke about, I'm not going to re-spoil it for Julie. Somebody put the like, if I couldn't walk, I'd crawl to you quote on top of Buck in that scene, like under the fire truck. And I was like, why don't I just fucking walk into Lake Ontario? Like whoa, that was too far. I don't need that comparison. And it's perfect. It's the perfect comparison, but I don't need it.
Right.
I'll cry.
The Selection series finished in 2016.
Just Nobel laureate winning material right there.
The Raven Boys finished up in 2016.
That was good stuff, all right?
It was good, but it wasn't like nuanced.
I mean, but maybe more like a little more thoughtful.
Yeah. Oh, A Torch Against the Night was 2016.
Yeah. Those ones are a bit more unique.
Okay. I feel like some of these are. And then also a Brandon Sanderson, but I don't even know what series this is from. Calamity? I don't know. Apparently he had a YA series a while ago too. Yeah, that's that was 2016. I think this was like 2013. No, you can. I mean, like everybody. Obviously, everybody's book opinions are subjective. Also telling us to stop talking again.
Oh yeah, it's like shutting one of us up.
It's like I think that probably your other comment though is more what you're thinking, that that we're just not resonating with it as much. Because like I read a fantasy romance that like was marketed as adult, and it wasn't at all, and I was just like, why are you so stupid all the time, character? Like,
Yeah.
make a smart decision. And then you have to think about it of like, oh, when I was 17, I was also making dumb decisions, but I'm so far removed from that.
But there's still such good YA though, where like think of like Slay.
Yeah.
Like that's still like, yes, she's a teenage character, but she's written so well that
Right.
you're like, when she's making like a dumb choice, like a dumb teenage choice, you're like, yeah,
I agree.
I still love her. Like,
I agree. Yeah. And I feel like things like that, like their authors don't like talk down to their readers anymore.
yeah. And it's not that I inherently dislike teenage characters, because I think of like one of my favorite characters on 911 is May.
Right.
Fantastic character.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think it's less obvious when teenage characters are dumb in TV, unless it's like a slasher where you're just like, the whole point of your character is to be dumb.
It's just to like put yourself in a goofy, you're gonna get killed situation. Yeah.
But I feel like authors and like writers or whatever in general, they kind of just like meet the reader where they're at. And I also think that because the resurgence of adults reading YA also has probably helped with like characters being a little bit like aged up, I guess.
Yeah.
So that we're not dealing with like terrible like gore or like any type of like adult theme, so it's still a YA book, but they're making their characters in a way that like when adults read them, it's not an immediate turn off.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And I'm still okay with like a age appropriate teenager if the age appropriate teenager is like written in a compelling way.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Well, and there's a time and place for that. Like obviously, like we are invading YA space as adults.
Yeah, like
we're not the target audience.
We're not. Yeah, this is like these are 18-year-old characters. So if they make like stupid choices, and we're like, well, I wouldn't do that. Well, yeah, no, probably not.
Yeah.
And
a lot of times in fantasy, it's also easier to like be able to like age up characters in a way of like not making them make stupid decisions, because
Girlie was in a workhouse for 6 years. Okay, she's older than both of us.
Right. When you have like a YA, and that's probably why like I don't read a lot of YA contemporaries anymore, because they are true high schoolers. And like not only am I so removed from that, I also do not ever want to go back to that headspace.
Yeah. Ever. I was going around saying I was straight.
Right. And it's just like I don't
and
so, like, and to be able to say like, oh, this character is making dumb decisions, like, yeah, they're 15, 16 years old. You probably were too.
Or just it's like you make decisions without thinking like 4 steps ahead, which is just a life skill.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think when I was moving from children's middle grade up, there wasn't really YA. This is also true. YA is definitely a new age category. In grade 5, I jumped straight to adult fantasy. So for me, YA is sometimes good, but sometimes reads really young. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It kind of depends. Because I can think of some, especially fantasy, like Six of Crows is a great, like, that could be an adult book. If she didn't want to keep it
if you wanted to age them up, she could have.
Yeah, exactly. So because of that, they mostly acted really mature.
Yeah, that's definitely one of those two. And she deals with like heavy themes and shit and does it really well.
Exactly. All right. On that note, should we read again?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we should.
Okay. I'll see you in 45 minutes. Hello, welcome back.
Hi.
I am halfway through chapter 17.
I just got to chapter 17.
Okay, perfect.
Which is like, it makes sense because I had to take several breaks because my fic was being tweeted about. So I obviously had to like be like, retweet.
Obviously.
Obvious. What was I gonna do? Not interact? But, yeah.
Who does that?
Not me.
That was an interesting scene with the dragon.
Yes. I kept thinking of just how like goopy they'd all be.
I was just thinking about how everything turned out so well and so easy.
Yeah. We're still having that problem for sure.
Yeah.
But
I wonder if it's because like this is marketed as like a romantic fantasy, so it's like this introduction into like fantasy romance, and so the plot, like the main story, is not supposed to be this bigger world. The world is just supporting.
There's romance. That, and I think we are used to her doing darker because she usually goes like plague and stuff.
Oh, maybe that's it.
We're used to her writing about the plague, because those the two things I read about her, like plague has been central. But I'm not discounting a twist. Like I'm not discounting her ability to like pull off something.
Is this also a series or is it a standalone?
I don't know. I think she usually does standalones. The only sequel I've read from her was like a spin-off. Like it was a completely different character.
Yeah, okay. It doesn't say anything about it. For some reason I was thinking like this one was like you know, the first in a new series, but it does not say that. I definitely made that up.
Yeah. And like good point to Julie's question. I did think about that earlier. Because they're like, we removed thousands of pounds of dragon from the ship. I'm like, how'd they get it in there? They must have pretty complicated like lever systems.
True.
So
or if it's something like when you think about like the whale, like whaling ships where they really just kind of like tow the whale back.
Well, yeah, and that's what it would make sense. But she was in like the hull of the ship with them.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so I'm like also with Julie on this one where I don't quite understand the anatomy, but I'm also okay with like a bit of suspension of disbelief. So we'll see.
Right. Yeah. Because there's like 27 people in there. And I was like, wow, that's a lot.
I did get a little bit emotional when she was just like, oh, I probably should have died instead of her being in this coma forever. And then the queen was like, yeah, but you just saved 27 people. So like, I don't think that's true.
I was like, really liked that line. That was like, really do not question the universe's plate, like putting you in a place
for you. Yeah. There's like, and that like coming from the person whose daughter was the one that was lost for her being alive. Like that was like emotional. I felt how much that would have meant to her.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was
I was like, oh wow, that line. Like it was that was because like at first I wasn't sure if I liked the queen. And then I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, now I do. Now I'm like, oh, grandma.
Yes.
That was the same vibe as my grandparents telling me they're proud of me. Like, that's what that was. I was like,
yeah, it really was. Yeah, I agree. Brittany got to 32% of Blood Marked. Did the dishes. Very nice. Are you still enjoying Blood Marked? I have not followed along on sprints this week because life. It's been one of those weeks. It's fine. Anyways, we're gonna do one more sprint, but I think it might be a 30-minute sprint. Is that okay?
I'm so down for whatever.
Okay, cool. Because then I need to start thinking about dinner.
Oh, you know, I should think about that too, but I probably won't. I'll be like, Alex, did you have plans? And if not, good night. Yeah.
There you go. Liking Blood Marked more than Legendborn. Nice. And you also like jumped right into it. Like after reading Legendborn. Right.
We read them both right away when they came out. So
right, yeah. Reading Otherworldly by F.T. Lukens. Always great to read a familiar author. Yes, that's always good, especially when you're like kind of slumpy. Then you're just like, go to an author you know will be a hit. So, all right, we're gonna do one more sprint. Let me put this back up, and oops, let's get rid of that. And I'll see you in 30 minutes.
see ya.
Hello. Welcome.
Hi.
I am on chapter 21.
I'm on chapter 19.
Okay.
Yeah, you passed me. I started slowing down. I'm getting sleepy.
That's fair. That's why I was like, I think that it might be the end
Yeah.
of
It's
this.
8:13 p.m. here, so I'm,
Yeah.
I'm a sleepy gal.
It's only 6:15, so like it still looks very much like daylight, but
Not here.
But yeah. I mean, I like YouTube or Everand still says that I have, hold on, let me mute this so that it doesn't start playing. Like an hour and a half left.
I'm at 54%.
Yeah. This said like 60%, so I'm only like a little bit ahead of you.
And Alex is making craft dinner.
Ooh, exciting.
Sorry,
I'm gonna order food because I don't want to cook.
You deserve that.
I'm like, I did yard work all morning. It's
Yeah,
fine.
you did. Yeah, you did.
It's fine. I'll go to the grocery store tomorrow, get a couple of meals, and then stuff for Derek while I'm out of town.
Yeah. You'd
Be
be
great.
like, don't die while I'm away. Here's some kibble.
He's very self-sufficient.
I know he is. I know he is. That's why I tease. I'm
like,
not self-sufficient. So.
I imagine that 75% of the time he will just order food. Because it's also hard to like cook for one person.
It is to buy enough like produce and stuff that it really is. Yeah.
Like
much easier to cook for 2 or 3.
Right. But yeah. Just started chapter 19. So you're right with Cal. I was a little ahead.
It's because I think if we're reading it physically, then we're getting like the sleepy breaks, but you have like the audiobook persistence.
That's true. That's
like somebody else is doing this for me.
Exactly. I'm just like playing my little game on my iPad while I'm listening.
Yeah.
This is a whole mood.
Oh, it is such a mood. You know what? Today's song of the day is The Prophecy.
I am obsessed with that song.
It's
that
so
one is
good.
That is my number, like, of all 31 songs.
I'm not sure if it's my number 1 yet, but it's definitely in my top 5, and it's the one that like I'm vibing with the most today.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Because yesterday, But Daddy, I Love Him, and Who's Afraid of Little Old Me were like really hitting hard, and today I'm just like, oh, but this is like me energy right now. More like kind of more like the songs that I usually gravitate towards.
But it's also like so sad and yet like
hopeful, maybe though. Still,
well, yeah, but like knowing that like that's where her headspace was, and then now like seeing her and it's like she's happy and
yeah. I like it a lot.
But also the chorus of Fortnite is in my head. But I think that's probably TikTok's fault.
I like their voices together.
I do too. I didn't think I was gonna like that song very much, but like
I don't love it very much. Like it's like medium in the album for me. But I just think that their voices sound really nice together.
It really does. They really do.
Yeah. I would listen to an album of just the two of you harmonizing or whatever. Like
maybe like a live thing.
Yeah. Like they should just put him in the back of more of her songs, just as like her classic songs, but Post Malone is just also there for some reason.
Right.
We don't know why. He's just there.
You know, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Made it to 39% of a crown. This is cold and heavy. Nice. They truly are just a jumble in my head.
Yeah. So I feel like what I do is because that always happens to me, and with 31 songs, it was not going to be any better. So what I need to do is just pick a few and then repeat one of them for days until I'm ready to move on to another.
Mm-hmm.
And today it's The Prophecy.
I'm here for that.
Yeah.
I'm here for that. Prophecy supremacy.
Yeah, we can be the fan club.
Okay, good.
Okay, yeah.
Same, Brittany.
Well,
but also
fucking hard.
Name more than 2 songs on that album that are not depressing.
Okay, so my brain was immediately like, if I put You're Losing Me, So Long London, and The Smallest Man Who Ever Lived on one playlist and just listen to that, I might die.
I might die.
I might not live.
But also the pipeline of LMOL to I Can Do It With a Broken Heart to The Smallest Man Who Ever Lived to The Alchemy.
Good.
If you add in The Alchemy in there, and it's literally just the year of 2023 for Taylor.
Oh, girl. Oh, girl.
The depressing ones are a smorgasbord of options.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. But, you know, still a bop.
As Callous, my faves. No, like, they're so good. I love them. I think So Long London is honestly probably, like too good for this world. Like, I can't comprehend how good it is. It's so good.
The beginning of So Long London, like, after it does the like so long, like right before,
yeah,
it is the intro to Call It What You Want. Right?
I even just think the way she sings it is like, it feels so vulnerable. Like, it's so everything about it. But I just think if I put that and You're Losing Me back to back, like, I just think I die. Like, I just think I can't listen to those within an hour of each other. I love them both. I love them so much. I just don't want to die yet. Okay, I have to figure out what happens with Buck's bisexuality arc. Okay, it's important.
We just need to send Taylor our therapy bills.
Yeah, she can afford it.
She can afford it. She broke her own record of Spotify streams double yesterday.
Yeah, wasn't it like 127% or something? Like, insane.
So it was 127 million was Midnight's 24-hour stream.
Okay.
This
was like 200 and something.
Was 313.
313. Oh my god. Yeah, no, it's so good. It's so good.
She broke every record yesterday.
Also, I find it really, really funny that people are like, these lyrics don't make any sense, and then they'll post like a lyric that makes perfect sense if you have any ability to read.
Yeah, it's poetry.
And I was like, oh, you just never took like a language class. Like, not even just an English class, but just like a language class that talked about like analogies or metaphors.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing that people are talking about is like the actual tunes and how like nothing is like methodic. And you're like, yeah, it's because it's poetry. It's done on purpose.
Have you? And I want you to like go out on a limb here and read the title of the album.
But go back to 1989.
It's not called the Torture Doo-Wop Song Department. Like, sorry.
Like, you just go back to Shake It Off, and we'll just
we'll see here. You might be happier than us actually, but you like
you go back to your glitter gel pen, and we will stay here with the sad fountain pen. Had to do a vlog clip and talked about a book set in London. It literally just started singing it. Yep.
Oh man, if I ever end up in London and get on a plane and leave, I'll be like, oh no. Oh fuck, why would I do this?
You know how like Delta has started like playing music as people like board planes? I don't know.
Yeah.
If that's like been a thing, or I just recently noticed it. And like, so like everyone's boarding the plane to leave London, and that's just on repeat.
It'd be like, we didn't need this violence today, Delta.
I'm still at the restaurant. You can go back to 1989. Yes.
Oh my god, I am still at the restaurant.
I am still at the restaurant. Anyway,
I love that song so much.
We're going to do a discussion on Dragonfruit. Probably, I think May 1st. Is that what we decided? Wednesday night?
May 1st is a Wednesday.
Yes. But because I'll be gone next weekend.
Oh, then yeah, sure.
And then there was something the following weekend that like it wouldn't have worked.
I'm getting a tattoo, but I
maybe Thursday. We could do it Thursday too.
Wait. Are you insane? Thursday, May 2nd?
Oh, that's right.
You want me to do anything with anybody on Maddie and Chim's wedding day?
I thought they were off for another week.
They're off this coming Thursday, but then May 2nd is when they come back.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I just
We will figure it out.
We have like an annual general meeting coming up and for the Golden Club, and the president was like, "What days are you free to do this?" And I was like, "If it's a Thursday, I'm not coming."
That's fair.
And she was like, "You could DVR it." I was like, "If it's a Thursday, I'm not coming."
You're like, you don't understand. The people need my live tweets.
You don't understand. If somebody sees them get married before I do, I'll die. I'll die.
All right. Well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But anyways, I'll post it whenever we do. The schedules are weird, especially this time of the year.
Yeah. I am getting a tattoo on May 4th, the Saturday, but I can do it after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But anyways, thanks for hanging out with us today, and we will see you later. Bye.